Boo. It's me, Shirgi. I'm now live. Hello. My mic is on, right? This is on, correct? I sure hope it's working. Last time I did this, I started to get ill. So hopefully this time that doesn't happen. I don't know what caused it. Maybe I just was around someone very sick that day and I caught it, but I'm okay now after doing a lot of sleeping. I slept as much as I could to hopefully get the sickness out of me. Since this is the pre-show, you get to hear me fiddle around with my keyboard and my microphone as I set everything up. And believe me, it is being fiddled right now. There you go. Putting my pop filter in the right place. All the screws don't seem to be tight enough on these things. There you go. I ate way too much for dinner. It was delicious, but it was just too much food. I'm feeling a little bit sick because of that, but not like the fever kind of sick I was having yesterday. Or the cold, it wasn't a fever. But sick as in I ate too much food. That's okay though, because music composing is the most calorie intensive thing that you can do. My neurons are going to be hungry. Okie dokie. We'll get started here in a mome. And once I'm all calibrated and ready to go. Okay. Alta for Discord. Get out of here. Don't need you no more. Now it's time for to start. Watch this. I bet you're not prepared for this. No, it's me. What? Hi. It's me, Shirgi. Just in case you missed it. How are you tonight? I'm feeling great. I just took a shower. I bet you can tell because of my very changed VTuber hair that implies that I took a shower. Hello. I hadn't thought about music writing for probably since the last time I did it, so I'm very prepared. Haven't practiced a lick of music because I've been busy doing other things such as sleeping. I'm very busy. Welcome to the pre-show. I did actually do something music related. It wasn't really writing, but it was more of a kind of a discussion. I tried to record a video that talked about how useful or not useful music theory is, and what music theory that I use when I write music. I ended up trying to record that video like 4 times, each of them like 20 to 40 minutes of me rambling. So I just sat down and tried different takes, but I couldn't get it done. Maybe it's because I was just talking to myself and it wasn't really working, because it felt like I was like lecturing, which is, I guess, is okay. But at the same time, I wasn't receiving any immediate feedback, and nor was I felt like I was getting off topic. I didn't have any like notes written for my video or anything, or even a script. I just kind of turned on OBS, which is my recording software. I hit start recording and just started talking, which is okay for some things, but when I'm trying to articulate something very specific and am trying to actively be helpful, I feel like, because just hitting record, of course, works for me if I'm like doing something funny or playing a game or something like that, but if I'm trying to like actively be helpful, I think that's not very good. If I don't have any notes or anything, if I just improvise on the spot, that's not a very good way to go about it. So maybe next time I'll write notes, or I could just record it on stream here and you guys can give me feedback. But because I try not to post anything to YouTube, and especially not to shorts unless I think it is helpful. Shorts I'm very strict with. I don't like clip farming or anything like that. Like, I know I say a bunch of strange things and I intentionally play it up to be a bit funnier, but I hate clipping myself. I don't have a problem with editing my own videos, but I have a problem with clipping myself. It feels so disingenuous, and also kind of like I'm begging for your attention, which in a way I kind of am, but I just don't like the way shorts do it. I just don't like it. It feels like I'm advertising myself, which is... I know in this space you gotta advertise yourself, but I just hate it. It makes me feel so dirty. So I only try to post shorts that are like actively informational. I will make it like a short tutorial over something. So where was I? I don't know. Why did I go on this train? Oh well, right, about recording videos. I've been wanting to record more funny videos for a while, but no one's available. It's just no one's available. No one's available to do the funny stuff. It makes me so sad. I just want to record the funny stuff instead. I just have to do all the stupid lectures and things. Oh my goodness. I was thinking in the shower though that I also want to finally, even though I keep telling myself I'll do it, I'll finally get to doing 3D modeling and Blender streams. But that's a hobby that I have, but I just haven't practiced it in a while in favor of music composing. So I want to get back to doing that. Most of my hobbies are these weird productive tasks. Not really productive because I'm not really doing it with an aim of doing something else. Like, I'm not... By productive, I think like you're doing it because you have it for a grade, or you're doing it because you're making a profit out of it, or something like that. But for me, it's like I'm doing this whole music writing thing and I'm making no money from it. I'm not being commissioned. I will never accept commissions as far as I know. I don't want that. It's not that I even think commissions are restricting or anything. I just don't feel... There hasn't been a project that I feel so compelled to do that I will write music for it that isn't my own project. You know, and I guess you'd be being paid to do it, but like, if I don't feel any inspiration from anything, I'm not going to write for it, you know? I don't really want to force it out. That's how you get slop. You write orchestral pieces or other ensemble pieces, jazz band, concert band, and marching band. When I first started arranging for multiple instruments, it happened because one day, after writing a bunch of piano music, because that was my main instrument that I learned growing up, I pulled up a music score file. I was just kind of clicking around, and I saw that there was a wind quintet option. Like, I'd heard of a string quartet, but I never heard of a wind quintet, and out of curiosity, I pulled it up. Keep in mind, this is 2 years ago now. No, maybe like 1.5 years ago, where I pulled up that a wind quintet form. Bro, I didn't even know what an oboe was, okay? I had never heard of this instrument. Like, I'd heard it, but I didn't even know its name. I don't even think I knew what a bassoon was. I did not know what a horn was until I had pulled that up. So that's how I learned what those instruments are, is just by pulling up in MuseScore. And I was fascinated by wind quintet more so than a string quartet, because in the string quartet, all of the instruments, they don't sound the same, but they have the same kind of feeling, right? They're all string instruments, right? And they're all constructed very similarly. It's just that some are bigger than others. So they have a very homogeneous kind of sound, and that's very good. That's why there are so many players dedicated to the strings in an orchestra. But a wind quintet fascinated me because all of the instruments sounded very distinctly different from each other. The bassoon and the flute and the horn and the oboe and the clarinet, they all sound very different from each other. And that's where I started getting my interest in writing for multiple timbres instead of the piano. I felt like I could express myself far better using multiple timbres than I ever could with one timbre on a piano. And I've had some people tell me that that's just a skill issue and I'm just not writing for piano correctly, and I don't really disagree with that. That's probably true. Before that, I didn't listen to any orchestral music. I guess I listened to chamber ensemble. I like Baroque music, but that's not really orchestra. Well, there's some orchestra, but it's mainly chamber music, is Baroque music. So I listened to that. I was very familiar with the string quartet kind of sound, harpsichords, theorbos, and also recorders. Those are like part of the Baroque ensemble. Other things too, the Baroque oboe. I will always praise the Baroque oboe. What a beautiful instrument. Far better than the modern oboe. Much more difficult to play, mind you, but like I understand why the modern oboe is... Excuse me, goodness. I understand why the modern oboe is so prevalent instead of the Baroque one, but the Baroque one just has such a wonderful sound that even as difficult as it is to play, I prefer its sound vastly. And I just prefer it vastly. It's so beautiful. Anyway, yeah, that's the Baroque music was the kind of music that I was most familiar with. And it's still the kind of music that if I listen to classical music, I will listen to Baroque music, most likely. I don't really have any interest in classical or romantic music. I just don't. It puts me to sleep. I know it's like, oh, people just think classical music is boring, but here's a playlist of some Beethoven pieces and Wagner and stuff that are super, not upbeat, more like driving and angry and represent more feelings. And like, I get it, but it still puts me to sleep. I just cannot get into romantic music that much. Now, romantic piano music I think is very awesome, and romantic music for chamber ensemble and for solo instruments I like very much. But for orchestra, I just cannot get into. It's too long. Unnecessarily long, I would say, in my opinion. Like, I understand some people just like lengthier pieces because it gets their feelings out more, or it conveys their ideas more, and that's perfectly fine. But man, I just am not feeling it. That's okay though. I wouldn't be a great artist if I wasn't opinionated, don't you think? Asking how you decide on chord changes, but it sounds like you're working on a video about it. I was a long time ago, a few months ago, I was working on one. I've always wanted to make a cartoon about music theory. And I feel like I know exactly how to do it because I think lecture videos are very boring. I mean, I like them because they're my hobby, but I think a lot of people are turned off to music theory and turned off to using it and don't recognize its usefulness because they learn it in a classroom or a textbook and it's just really boring. I really wanted to make it like some kind of cartoon, and I don't have very many animation skills, and I guess I could commission someone to do it, but I don't exactly have the resources for that. So I was thinking of maybe adapting it into like a comic strip instead, like a 4-panel comic strip where I could explain it. It's just been an idea that's been floating around for a while, and I talked to Lulu about it, with another composer, and he was really pushing me to do it and complete it, but I just could not do it. I did not have the motivation to because I was the only one working on it. So not only did I not have any like real motivation to do it, but also like the learning curve and difficulty curve for doing it was so high that it was more daunting than it was fulfilling, if you know what I mean. So that's why that stopped. But if you want to ask me about chord changes, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but you can just ask me about it whenever you want, because my answer is very simple. It's just that explaining it through sheet music is just not very riveting, you know? And classical music got me into metal music. I like metal music and classical music separately. They never followed one another. I mean, I say I listen to metal music. I listen to like, there's only one metal band that I really enjoy, and that's System of a Down. They're the only one. And there's no other metal band that sounds even remotely close to them. At least that I've heard. They're unique in that. So saying I like metal music broadly is, it's not wrong, but if I listen to metal, it's one very specific band. And I know they're like in the category of new metal or whatever from the early 2000s, or I think their first album was from the late 90s. I can't quite remember, but I think that's true, because I think Toxicity came out in like 2001. Oh my gosh, right. Oh yeah, I was right, 2001. And their first album came out in 1998. Okay, so I was right. But yeah, I like metal music before classical music. Before even listening to classical music, I listened, and I still listen to mainly folk rock music and folk and country music. That's my favorite genre, above classical music. I'll put folk and country first. Kind of, I don't know about together. I think folk then country, but I kind of put them together for simplicity. That first. Second, I'm gonna put second. Maybe like classic rock. And then after that, dubstep. And then after that, classical music. So, those are my rankings. No, classical music is not the first thing it's not what I reach for when I want to listen to music. Hardly ever is these days. There's more music I just prefer listening to on a daily basis, but classical music is nice. It's just that I feel like I have to pay attention to a lot of it. Prog rock and blues are my favorite genres. Quite a difference, but musically both have a lot of interesting chords and harmony. But I don't even care if your music has interesting chords and harmony. That's not... I mean, it can be interesting, especially in like the older jazz classics and jazz standards. I think those are interesting, but that's not why I listen to a lot of the music I do. Not necessarily. I just listen to what makes me happy. And if it's like, you know, AC/DC, where it's like 3 chords and some throwaway lyrics, like, I don't care. So what? It makes me feel good when I listen to it, and that's really all I need. But more often than not, actually, more than half the time, you'll catch me listening to something on my own. It's a podcast, so music is just a subset of that at time. For a very talkative person like I am, I like listening to other people talk as well. It's just very fun. And that's why I'm announcing my own podcast. With me, myself, and I. I wish I could do that. That's why I don't do like just chatting streams or anything. I feel like that's really boring. But I didn't listen to any music on its own until I first heard Chopin and decided I had to learn to play it. That was only 3-4 years ago. Nice. You guys, I was fascinated by this recently, but Glenn Gould, the pianist, Canadian pianist, he dislikes romantic piano music, Chopin's music in particular. And if you know anything about Glenn Gould, he's very opinionated, but also his interpretations are often extremely precise. That's one thing that Glenn Gould has championed about when it comes to his interpretations of music, is that his interpretation is extremely precise, and his enunciation of voice lines and counterpoint especially are very, very precise, and it's very clearly heard, which is great. It's a great feature. But you can see now why he dislikes the romantic piano music, because romantic music for the piano relies very heavily on the sustain pedal, like very, very heavily. And I know like romantic composers got reintroduced to like fugues and stuff, but like all of the romantic music that you probably can think of off the top of your head probably uses the pedal at some point. And Glenn Gould really disliked the use of the pedal because, as you could probably tell, he much preferred to, you know, have very clear enunciated voice lines, not to have them all kind of muddy together with the sustain pedal. I just thought that was a very interesting kind of opinion, because I can like see where he's coming from and where his aesthetics kind of led him to that conclusion of disliking that kind of music, but I don't even know if I would say he's wrong. He's just of a different opinion than I am. Because yeah, I thought about it, it's like, yeah, well, a lot of composers really do use a ton of pedal, and unless you're like a very trained pianist like he is, I doubt that you would be able to bring out the voice lines as much. Guitar is superior, no sustain pedal. That's true. I did learn one classical guitar piece, and it's not because I heard a classical guitar piece like on its own and decided to like learn it. It's because on my favorite album of all time, which I shall name, it's called Tangerine Dream by Kaleidoscope from the UK. It's from 1967. It is a psychedelic rock album, the pinnacle of psychedelic rock, if I might say. Beautiful album, my favorite album of all time. Absolutely magical. Listen to it in a dark room, beautiful. But the penultimate track on that record is called A Lesson Perhaps, and it is a spoken word poem, and it is accompanied by a classical guitar piece, and I forgot what it's called. I only know it as the piece in the, or I only know it as the accompaniment to that poem, but it's a poem accompanied by this classical guitar piece, and I in my mind I can't separate the two. Like the poem just goes with the classical guitar piece, but I learned that piece on my guitar. I didn't have a nylon string, I only have or a gut string, I only have a steel string, so I learned it on there. Probably made it unnecessarily difficult to do some chords because steel strings hurt. But I learned that. I forgot it because, I don't know, I just didn't practice it that much. It wasn't very interesting to me, but the guitar is the opposite problem. It's handling and controlling the sustain. I don't know, again, I don't play classical guitar. You know much about Torrega, who was the first to widely use the modern classical guitars we know today. I've heard that name. I can't remember. He was probably a player. When I first saw that name, I thought he was one of the manufacturers, but I guess he might have also been a player or was just a player. I don't know that much about that. Are you all ears? I'm like half ears right now, and mostly eyes because I'm reading what y'all are saying. To be fair, chords and guitar are probably the hardest part of the instrument in my opinion. Most of what I do is chords, because like I said earlier, like folk country music is like my most listened to and favorite genre of music generally. So that's the kind of music I play. I have 6 harmonicas. If you guys might have caught me doing my guitar playing stream a while ago. By a while ago, I mean like 4 days ago or something. I own 6 harmonicas, 2 D, high and low, G, A, C, and now F. D, D, G, A, C, F. Yeah, that's 6. And I want to get an E one and also B flat, so that'll make 8. So, I mean, ideally, of course, I'd have one in every key, but I don't really need it for that many. But yeah, that's that. And then, like, of course, my steel string guitar, which is often tuned not to standard tuning, but to open tuning. Open tuning is, I believe, much more common in that kind of bluesy, folksy tradition. because it's easier to play. It just is open tuning. So that's the tuning that lots of those songs are written in. So that's the tuning that I happen to use. And you just use a capo to move around. Oh, and open G, but they're kind of similar. They're both open tunings. So those are the tunings I tend to play in, and that's the music I tend to play. Not piano music. I hardly practice the piano anymore, even though that's the instrument that I was classically trained on. My dad is playing C major 9, for example, is not hard. On guitar, it's okay. I've been trying to learn more of Paul Brady's guitar playing and his arrangements of music recently. He's an Irish guitarist and, well, multi-instrumentalist. I think he also plays the tin whistle, among other things. And he's also a vocalist, beautiful vocalist, absolutely stunning voice. But he is a very wonderful guitar player and continuing that traditional Irish music, language, and technique. And I really want to learn that, but I don't think my pick is thin enough. My picks are quite thick, because that's just how I prefer them, but some of the ornaments that he does, either he's just really good at doing them, but it really feels like his pick is thinner than mine, and I have to get thinner picks, because I just have a bunch of like turtle picks that are wonderful, and I haven't broken a single one of them. They're wonderful, but they're a little thicker. So I gotta find me some thinner ones. I'm probably just gonna get them from that same brand, because they're wonderful. I love them. On piano, playing chords with alternating bass notes are much easier. On guitar, you often have to do some tricky, complicated stretches to do it. Oh, I know. I know that's lots of pinky moving. My pinkies aren't that strong. Oh yeah, if you guys have questions about like music theory or something, like I said, I've been trying to record that music theory video for a while, but I just can't do it alone. It makes me feel like I'm going insane. So it'd be much better if you guys could just blast me with questions. Not that I'm particularly learned in that subject, but I feel like a lot of people ask me those sort of questions, and I do have answers. I just don't have like a degree in music or anything, or I'm not a student of music composition, so I don't really have like a academic opinion. I guess I have a more amateur and you could say practical opinion, but you know. Okay, so watch this. What we were doing last time is that I was just kind of rearranging these things to be less stupid. I know what I want in this next section, because what I'm doing today, or what this is just a rearrangement of a not yet done orchestral work that I have. I wrote that all out. Don't quite like how it sounds, so I am reassembling it into a better form, which is what this exercise is. So there's that. We're just kind of editing things along the way as we go about doing this. I'm gonna turn on the volume a little bit. Don't want it to be too loud, so. I think last time we went back from pizzicato to just the normal arca and staccato. Instead of the pizzicato was before. Hold on. Make it a little quieter. I know it's minus 12 decibels already, but I'm not feeling too particularly hyped today, so I'm gonna keep it nice and low. Something there sounds a bit off to me. I think it's my inclusion of this harmony. It's gotta be the oboe that I'm hearing that I don't like. I would prefer everyone to be in unison. I had them playing in fifths, but I don't like the sound of that. Is Pretty Soldier over? Nope, not even close. This is the this project here. This is the redoing of that. It's not done. I got like halfway through Pretty Soldier, and I decided I don't quite like the way that it's arranged. Like, I don't like the arrangement of the movements, and I also dislike some parts of the orchestration. So rather than just completely like editing the file and making a bunch of changes to that, instead I'm just doing it in a new file so I can reference the old one, and then this will be the new one. So the section feels a bit repetitive in the strings, maybe, unless that was the point. That is actually like a fault of mine. I tend to write very boring things for the strings and then put all the interesting stuff in the woodwinds and the brass. That's just how I roll, and that's how I've been doing it. And I've been actively telling myself to write more interesting things for the strings, but I just can't do it. Winds are just better. They just are. Anyway. It's too slow. I feel like I change this tempo every single time I listen to it, but it's too slow. Make it faster. I just realized I never gave you a tempo marking. Forte. You are a piccolo snare, my friend, so act like one. I love this firecracker snare patch that I have here in MuseScore. What a beautiful sounding snare drum. I don't like this. Okay. Try again from the beginning now that I introduced the snare again. Because right now, it used to be that this was on the snare drum. I replaced it with a tambourine to make it a bit less dramatic and more tame, a bit rounder in sound instead of the very sharp piccolo snare sound. And it plays in this later section, but I think the tambourine, no pun intended, rolls off a bit better. Also, the toms do this. And I think I could do something similar here. The tambourine is definitely not going to be heard over the darn snare drum because it's a snare drum and nobody plays over that guy, so. I like you to also play tom-toms too. Bit higher, my friends. I'm gonna change you guys back to this. You don't need to be made Arco. You're already Arco. Let's get rid of that. So I said get rid of it, so thank you. Put you an octave up, perhaps. Oopsies. The brass supports the strings, maybe with some counter melody. The brass isn't supported in this beginning section. It builds up over here with the horns and the trombones. Did I even write a dynamic for that? Yeah, I did. It's forte. I don't think I'll add a counter melody. I want it to be very straightforward in this first part. it gets more complicated as it goes, but for this first part, it's like a fanfare. Nothing too complicated happens. I don't like this pizzicato part that I wrote last time. Please, let's make you an octave higher. And I'd like you to be mezzo forte. Actually, no, your forte moving to fortissimo, I remember. You know what? I want you to also do this. I feel like I'm not hearing these toms enough. Or maybe it's you that I'm lacking. Oh, you tambourine? You guys can be a bit louder. Tambourine is kind of quiet, I guess, compared to everyone else. There's got to be more high end. It's missing that high end. I already have these flutes playing, but they're not sharp enough. And I already have this piccolo doing piccolo things, so I don't know if I can. I guess I have a clarinet in E flat, but it's currently getting tortured by yours truly as I write in all of these wonderful trills. Very important, extremely important to the music, in fact. I guess I can force the B flat clarinets to do it. Go. You know what, B flat clarinets? I hate you, so you're now playing that high. Go. I changed my mind. You're way too squeaky. As I should have expected being up there, but I'd like to. At least I tried. At least the flutes here are pretty trustworthy in this range, right, flutes? I don't think you can go an octave higher, though. That's impossible on this flute. On a piccolo would be fine, but the piccolo is currently playing this. And it's very important to my music that I have that. I guess I could have two piccolos. I think the traditional wisdom is that you don't change the first flute or the principal flute because you just don't, like, their job is just too important as a first flute to do that. But then if I relegated that to another instrument, like I would have the second flute be playing the C flute, the concert flute, and then a piccolo and also an alto flute because I have that part written here. You know what, second flute? You're somehow going to be more advanced than the first flute because you're going to be playing the piccolo and the alto flute because I said so. I don't know how to say this, piccolo, and I do mean to insult you, but somehow you're not loud enough, and that's a phrase that I don't think any composer has ever uttered before, but you're too quiet. Oh wait, you need to be up. That's right. Beautiful. Again. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning here. Good. I want the xylophone to be a bit louder here, I think, and I also want to boost the toms even more because I like them. Hello. First doesn't necessarily need to be harder, just generally is because they are the leader of that section. Oh, that makes sense. 3 instruments needed for flute too, so advanced. I mean, I'm already asking for a lot of instruments here. I swear they are important, but maybe not. Like that glockenspiel part, indispensable, absolutely needed. This music is just not the same without it. Like, I can't even imagine music without that glockenspiel run. Okay, I think that might be all for this beginning section. Right, I said I wanted this xylophone part to be a bit more pronounced. I guess I can just do this. D louder. Make it feel slightly louder. I could also have 2 xylophones if I was an evil person, and I might just do that. I think that was just like a, what's it called when you placebo? I don't think that was any louder. If I specifically made you triple F, you might actually be loud. Nope. Okay, well, I mean, a xylophone can only get so loud, I understand that. But, unfortunately, do I have any... Celesta? Your day of reckoning has come. Help. Help. Celesta, help us. Save us. What in the world? Oh my gosh, don't have that. That's disgusting. That's so gross. And I suppose you're... I guess I can explode the Celesta. There you go, get exploded. The Celesta's kind of quiet, so become fortissimo. Good. I don't think I need to mark you as fortissimo twice. Good. Okay. Two violin sections. You guys are not nearly loud enough. Or maybe I need to... Yeah, I don't think these violins are loud enough, but I think putting more violins in unison, like this where they're playing the same notes, that's called unison. I don't think it's exactly gonna make it much louder because of how sound physics works, so we can kind of fake it being louder by putting them in octaves. And look and listen to that wonderful pentatonic note instead of this. Which is not much louder than just one. But you can kind of fake loudness by putting them in octaves. This is why harpsichords are coupled, if you ever listen to a harpsichord be played. And there you want like a loud sound. They just add more octaves on top of it. Same with organs, really, but organs are loud enough, pipe organs. The harpsichord, though, is especially, you'll hear that coupled sound of multiple octaves playing at once, and it's so that they can just... the harpsichord is a very dinky instrument, okay? So it's much louder if you play in octaves. It gives it... that's not louder, but it feels louder. It feels more powerful. So, that's where I'm gonna put these octaves in. Hopefully it sounds a bit louder than it actually is. Anything else I can do to maybe help? Maybe flutes. Yeah, flutes. I have your Celesta. I also have Glockenspiel. And why not also flutes? Maybe clarinet, actually. Clarinet goes very well with violins. Okay. My musical talent, thank you. I'm barely an AP Music Theory 1 and I want to die. Darn it. Listen, okay? this is something that I've, if you if you'll allow me to talk about this for a second, because I didn't take AP Music Theory, but I did learn music theory through a curriculum. It just wasn't the AP curriculum, but I was taught music theory through my piano performance teacher. She also taught me music theory on the side. And I think there's one thing about music theory that textbooks fail to teach you. And I don't even know if it's necessarily the textbook's fault, because the textbook is there to provide a very objective view of music theory, which you might argue is kind of defeats the point of making a textbook about an art form in a way. Like, kind of making a standardization of music feels very like iffy. Like, it feels like you're removing the human aspect and the artistic aspect from a very artistic medium, right? Well, it isn't art, no, it's an artistic medium, it is art. I'm removing the art part from art by assigning objective meaning to it. But I think there's something that music theory classes kind of fail to show the student, and it's, you know, the age-old question of that you ask when you're in middle school and high school is, why am I learning this? When am I ever going to use this? Why is four-part harmony so important? Why is functional harmony so important? Why is reading key signature so important? And some of these you can see right away, like with the key signature and time signature one. If you're planning to become a music performer, then obviously you're going to need to learn how to read and write time signatures and key signatures and all that. That makes sense, right? And also learn how to read the dashes and spaces and all these fun symbols, right? And also you might need to learn a bunch of, you know, the Italian or German or French music terminology, right? I can understand, you could probably see immediately, if you're in AP Music Theory, why you need to learn that, okay? And you'd be willing to learn that because you're like, okay, I want to become a musician, so I probably need to learn a bunch of, you know, terms in foreign languages and lots of techniques and what they sound like and how to read key signatures and maybe how to recognize notes. I heard that's part of the AP curriculum, like how to recognize certain pitches, and also you need to sing. I think that's a little strange, but I think especially writing counts under notes, that can be annoying, but like when I was doing it, I could tell the importance of having to write counts underneath your music, especially if you're a beginning student in music. That's very helpful and very important. But beyond that, like, why do you saying, like, just say that for this argument that you do want to become a music composer, but you're sitting in AP Music Theory and you're learning four-part harmony rules and counterpoint and stuff like that and orchestration, but like it's just really boring to you. You don't understand why you need to learn four-part harmony. You don't understand why you need to learn functional harmony. You don't understand why you need to learn, I don't know what else you learn in that class. What else did I learn? I can't even remember. That was so long ago at that point. Melody writing, I think. You don't understand why you need to do I didn't understand why I needed to do melody writing because I didn't think I was going to be a composer at all. And they didn't even tell you how to do melody writing. I think it was mostly like your scales, which, okay, well, scales are always important. I can't imagine being a classical musician and not knowing your scales, okay? I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think you're as good of a classical musician as you are a practicer of your scales. But I think that the why of music theory is the most important part of learning music theory. Is why does this music theory exist, and what does it accomplish? What does four-part harmony accomplish? What does functional harmony accomplish? What does modulation accomplish? What does rearranging instruments for different in different ways accomplish? That's the most important part of learning music theory, and I think of recognizing that will make you like learning music theory, as long as you learn the music theory that you care to use. And by which I mean, you need to understand why you are learning certain things and what this music theory technique achieves. So let's use four-part harmony as an example, because I know that's like the bane of many music theory students' existence. It's their Achilles heel when it comes to their tests, is four-part harmony. Let's take a step back and think about what four-part harmony achieves. Like, why even have four-part harmony to begin with? It just sounds like a bunch of strict rules that basically tell you where the notes go. There's not really a creativity involved because it's just an algorithm that's designed to create fugues and counterpoint. 4-part harmony was created with the goal of having 4 melody lines be independent of each other. And when you just take a step back and think about that, that is an insane ask. 4 distinct melodies, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 melodies playing on top of each other, and you want to be able to distinguish each of them from each other. That is a very, very difficult task, and that's why there are so many rules. As you can imagine, just thinking about it, like, oh my goodness, how are you supposed to distinguish 4 entire melody lines from each other? In a way, it almost feels like a challenge, like challenging yourself to do something like that. And what this does is that it creates 4 independent melody lines, which is very, very beautiful if done right, and it creates a very rich and almost grand kind of sound, and a very kind of a learned kind of sound, like it was very precisely arranged. Everything is right in place, and that's the kind of sound that someone was going for when they were writing that 4-part harmony rules. And that's why it's important to learn your 4-part harmony, because it achieves this sound. 4-part harmony achieves a very rich and articulate sound. Now, if you don't want your music to have a rich and articulate sound, then don't use 4-part harmony. Use something else. Use like the parallel intervals like Debussy did, and Schoenberg, using parallel fifths, fourths, and octaves. Those kind of intervals, they create a very thin, misty, kind of brumous sound. And maybe that's exactly what you want, so then you should use it. But if you are looking for a particularly rich and articulate sound, then you want to use 4-part harmony because it achieves that. You need to know what you are trying to achieve with your music, what feeling you are trying to create, and then look for the technique that will achieve that for you. So in a way, music theory, you need to think of it as a tool, not necessarily as a bunch of restrictions. You need to choose the music theory based on your music, not let the music theory make your music for you. It's kind of a balance in a way, because there is a way you can basically guarantee a good sound, right? It's called functional harmony. You can basically guarantee by using it to have a very pleasant sound. That's why, pop music uses the same 4 chords or whatever. It's just guaranteed to sound okay, and it's guaranteed to not offend any listeners or anything like that. Using functional harmony in that way, I think functional harmony is a lot broader than a lot of people give it credit to be. They just don't realize it. But let's just say we're sticking to like the good old major chords that you probably learn in your curriculum. Just by using those, it creates a very pleasant sound. And the way that it's written in the textbooks, because it's presented to you saying that to write nice sounding and satisfying harmony, you must write, using these rules, the functional harmony rules, and use chords in this way. However, I think because it's presented that way in a classroom, so matter-of-factly, it's taken by the students to mean that school is telling you to write harmony in this way, because it is giving you a textbook saying that this is a nice sounding way to write music. It's taught in their classroom, so it's like implied in the student's mind that they need to use this in order to write nice sounding music, and they resent that. They're like, no, I want to write music like this composer that doesn't follow these rules at all. And I think it's not necessarily incorrect to say that music theory textbooks want you to write that way. That's a whole other thing about elitism, which I'm not going to go into. That's a bit different. But just barring that, just assuming that the textbook is presenting these techniques in the matter-of-factly way, but it's taken to mean that the school wants you to write music theory in this way, I think you need to shake that feeling a little bit and, again, step back and try to think about, what does functional harmony achieve? Functional harmony achieves a very satisfying and resolute sound. It makes your music feel complete. It gives your music forward direction, which I think is a very good trait for music to have forward direction to feel like it's going somewhere instead of meandering. That's a problem that I came across actually. When I first started writing music, I didn't use or apply music theory actively. Like, of course, I had my musical intuition, but I didn't actively think about applying music theory when I first started writing music. I just kind of wrote something at the piano, improvised, and I didn't publish it, but I notated it in MuseScore. And my own main criticism of my own music from that time is that it had no forward direction. It wasn't going anywhere. It didn't feel like it was going anywhere at all. And I thought about it. Okay, I see the problem that I am having with my music. It does not have a sense of forward direction. So I am going to look for a technique that will help me achieve this forward direction in my music. And that solution was functional harmony. Now, there are times where you don't want a complete or satisfying or resolute sound. That's completely fine. There's a lot of music, great music out there. The works of Alban Berg come to mind, where the music is not necessarily resolving to anything. It's just kind of moving along. And maybe that's exactly the sound that you want. In that case, functional harmony is not what you need. You need to choose something else that best suits the direction or the vision of your music. And in a way, I like to compare it to, say, you are a painter or an illustrator. You can become a great painter or illustrator just by picking up a pencil or a paintbrush and doodling whatever you want on a canvas. You can. And I'm sure you all can agree with me that you can become a great artist or, visual artist just by picking up a pencil and drawing a lot. You don't have to go to school for it. Don't have to watch a single tutorial or read a book on it to become a great artist. But I'm sure you all can also agree that it certainly helps to practice your lines, practice mixing colors together, practice learning anatomy. It's very helpful to learn these fundamental techniques because whether you're or not you decide to use them later, you at least understand what doing these techniques achieves. Helping draw straight lines and learning anatomy and things like that will help you put your vision onto the canvas a lot better, even if your vision isn't necessarily following those rules at all. It might be the exact opposite, but I'm sure you can see how those fundamentals will translate to your artistic vision, even if they don't necessarily align one-to-one. Same thing with music. Learning your harmony, learning your counterpoint rules, learning your orchestration and the different families of instruments, what they sound like, things like that, what they like to play in, what ranges. It's very useful, even if your music doesn't necessarily follow directly from those rules. So that's why, and I get it, okay? Learning this stuff can be very boring, especially in a classroom setting. Nothing that I say, like promoting music theory, is going to make it any less boring to learn it from a textbook. And there's nothing really I can do about that, other than, I guess, teach you myself. If I am more entertaining to you than that lecture, then I am willing to just tell you my thoughts about it. But when it comes to music theory, period, I think a lot of people push it away for those reasons I listed. And I just kind of want to say, like, it is useful. You just probably haven't realized the usefulness of it. Okay. With all the secondary dominants, modal interchanges, etc., how do you decide what to use? You try different things until one works out. Let me pull up my cheat sheet, if you will. Yeah, discard that. This is my cheat sheet of stuff, and here's the chord chart, and also the Council of Iguanas. Let's say hello. Hi, iguanas. But more importantly, let's take a look at this chart here. Yeah, this is the modal interchange chart. You don't need to know what a single symbol on here means, but if you do, I'm going to talk about it. As I have written more music, I've experimented using different modes, and I have become familiar with what each of the modes kind of sounds like, right? So I do use this chart vaguely, because realizing that any chord of the scale can be sharpened or flattened or diminished or augmented, or made major or minor, as you wish, and that chord will still retain its function, is very integral to the way I write harmony. It's just that I know that if I happen to write a chord that is a flat major 3 chord, it will have, you know, this kind of flavor, like a Phrygian or Aeolian kind of flavor. In the same way, though, I've kind of figured out that if I have like a flat minor 3 chord, which is a Locrian chord, it'll have that kind of Locrian flavor. It'll be a bit more tense, which is extremely useful to have a very tense chord that you can kind of land on. The way I choose chords, sometimes it is kind of guesswork and listening to it. Other times I can kind of assume where I'm going based on just my experience. Like, for example, I'm very fond of the flat 6 and flat 3 chords in tandem together. Very fond of that. I'm very fond of this sharp 4 diminished chord. I think it adds just the right amount of tension that I need sometimes, moving into 5. Things like that. So what am I looking at? You're looking at the most glorious chart you've ever seen in your life. It's the chords chart. I know it's very complicated, but that's okay. Take a look at these ranges charts. I pulled these from Korsakov's Book of Orchestration. What a beautiful chart. I don't really need it anymore, but it's good to have reference. I also have the Circle of Fifths, even though I never use it, but I just have it there to fill this chart up. And also the Emotional Support Iguanas. Okay. Anyway, what was I doing? Music, right? I write that now, I guess. Yeah, I do that now. Right, I was trying to add loudness to this thing. I think I was adding, or I added the E flat clarinet, that's right. Okay. Maybe I should also, you are a B flat clarinet, correct? Maybe I should also add you an octave down, much like I have with the violinies. Okay. Maybe for good measure, I will also have the flutes. Not low here, though. That's not really what the flute is for. I guess I can have all 3 flutes play. Good. Hold on. Okay. I feel like I'm hearing something. I feel like I'm hearing something that doesn't exist. A note that doesn't exist here. It's you. The tuba. I'm like, why am I hearing an extra bass note if there's no bass note playing in the strings or anything? It's the tuba. And also the timpani, but it was mainly the tuba. Okay, interesting. Start again from here. I don't have the tuba play here, strangely. Maybe I should. Get over here, tuba. D. G. You don't have a dynamic assigned to you, do you? Forte. Beautiful. Are dogs real, yes or no? I don't know. What do you think? Do you think dogs are real? There you have it, folks. I think it's been settled once and for all. First stream YouTube has ever recommended to me. That's crazy. I get recommended lots of streams all the time, but they're like classical music performances. Like this college is currently performing this, and they have this ensemble playing. Pretty cool, right? Do I like this tuba part? Okay. Good. I'm not sure if I even like this. In my mind, I'm hearing the wood blocks again, but they're just not playing, which is a little disconcerting. I'm gonna have the wood blocks back. I like them more than the snare drum. Get out of here, snare drum. You are currently playing forte. Maybe to kind of, maybe lower? No, that's kind of blending a bit too much with the tom-toms. Don't play on this last beat, just play on this fourth beat here. And get rid of this. Boink. Okay. Dogs are a scam invented by the government. And by golly, what a great scam they are. To decide what to use for modal interchange, I myself would like to try and consider functional harmony and generally what I want the sound like if I'd want it to be brighter or more mellow. Yeah, I generally agree with that, but like, there's nothing about these symbols that just gives away the feeling that they evoke. Like, what feeling does a flat 6 chord evoke? Like, there's not really a way of telling until you play it yourself, so there's not really a whole lot of theory. There's not a lot of verbal theory I can assign to a feeling of a chord, and it would be disingenuous to like assign you as a sad chord and you as a happy chord. Like, that's just not how that works, and I'm sure you all like recognize that as well. Like, there's no way to say that a diminished 5 chord is necessarily sad sounding. It's just not how that works. So yeah, unfortunately, but also kind of fortunately, but also unfortunately, I can't just give you like a verbal description of the chords and tell you how I decide. It's just, you know, experience based, really. Okay, once again, go. I feel like these cymbals aren't loud enough. You guys gotta maybe a little bit louder. Good. Better. That's much better. I think it's a bit too loud now, but I like how much more forceful it is. Hold on, I need something a bit sharper here. I like the trumpets, of course. I think they sound fine. They sound okay. I currently have the wood blocks here punctuating this. Go. Maybe the snare drum. Go snare drum. Nothing too fancy. And also not too loud. And triplets. Go. Percussion only. Try. Do I want something maybe a bit more, like, not, what's the word, like, kind of more like what's happening at the tom-toms over here? It's not like a roll, it's just like repeated notes. I also think this piccolo snare is just slightly too loud. So start at mezzo forte, and then I want you to build back up to forte. Go. I'm a bit happier with that. Add a trill source, trust me, bro. That's a pretty good source, very reputable. I just like to consider major chords to be brighter, minor more soft or something, not necessarily happy or sad. I mean, that makes sense, but like, whatever. It's hard for me to describe, so I'm not gonna try to describe it. Go, trills. More trills. Something similar happening here. Go. Maybe I'd be happier if you instead of trills played repeating notes like this. Try. I guess that would have to be reflected in the wood blocks as well. I don't think I've ever seen a tremolo for wood blocks. That's just not how they work. But it'd be interesting. Go. And maybe we'll bring back the loudness just so I can tell a bit better what's happening. Can you be a triple instead? Oh wait, hold on. That's not exactly what I wanted. I wanted you to be a triplet. I'll just put you back the way you was for a sec. Just wave the wood block around crazy style. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but if you mean like the frog, then I'm on board. Nope, wrong one. Go. Alright, let's include the glockenspiel. Go. Same with the, what do you call it? The tom-tom? I almost called you the tenors. That's incorrect. I actually I think I did actually opt for a tenor drum at first, but then I switched to tom-toms. It just sounds a bit more awkward on toms, so I'm gonna not have that. I think it was better if just the snare did that. And then the psh. Alright, go. Go! That was lame. I feel like you should be louder. More piatti. Accent. I didn't like the roll here. I wanted to be a bit more punctual here. Okay, there you go. Minor scales doesn't make it easier to get that feeling. The real heavy lifting comes from contour and harmonic choices and timbre. Let me show you something that I wrote a while ago. If you've been on my channel a bunch, you know I bring up this piece a few times because, well, to be honest, I consider it the best thing I ever wrote, but I'm very proud of the harmony in this one, and I want to use it as an example. So, change one note on the minor scale, you get a completely different scale. That is how that works. This is a piece that I wrote a while ago. And notice here, all of these chords, okay, these chords are kind of weird. Okay, don't just, if you want me to go into those, I can go into those another time. But these chords are very simple. These are all chords of the major scale. Major 1, minor 2, major 5, minor 3, major 1, major 4, minor 3, diminished 7, minor 6, major 5. These are all, except whatever's happening here, just ignore that. All of these chords are major chords. And these chords are also mostly major chords. It's just this one, I think I use this chord just for the modulation. But here, all of these chords are major chords, or major scale chords, I should say, sorry. But I don't know if I would necessarily call this part happy sounding. And neither do I really think it's bright sounding either. Let me play a few, and I'll start here from the modulation. Okay, I apologize. It is so loud. Once again, major chords. Major 1. And then, once again, major scale chords. That chord is a major 3 chord, that's not part of the scale. I think mostly what determines the feeling is the melody. It's not necessarily chord based that I would say gives the harmony its feeling. I think it's mostly the melody. I opted here for a contrabass playing this melody because it has a very dark and warm sound, and I think if I had put this solo on a different instrument like an oboe, which I think is much happier sounding generally, it would have a completely different sound. And I guess I can prove this by adding an oboe and putting this melody on that instead. So if I just kind of put you here, of course raise it to an oboe's range, and put you on here. God, shut up! Who's the... Oh, I muted the contrabass, that's not the contrabass. I think here the melody sounds much more upbeat, less nostalgic, something a bit more fancy. Of course I was talking about the melody itself, but here I'm talking about the quality of instruments. I understand those are different. But here I opted to put it in the contrabass because it's a bit darker, more wailing, I think. And it's... I still have an oboe, I was playing a counter melody. I think having a contrabass there, it makes it sound more... I keep using the word dark. It's not a very helpful word. More distant, I guess. I'm gonna use Phrygian sharp 4. Nobody's saying it sounds happy. I hope you mean the Lydian sharp 4, but I don't mean to actually you, but Might be leading. I think. I'm trying to think of examples where I use this sharp 4 chord. Look at my excellent naming. I don't remember. Let me put sharp. Did I use it? Man, my stuff is, it's more organized here where it's all sorted by name. There you go. I most likely used it here. Sharp. Why are my chords so scattered all over the darn place? Probably here. Man, I can't remember a darn thing about anything I write, do I? I guess I... Oh, nope, that's just... They almost tricked me there. That's a sharp 7. Okay, I don't have an example on hand. Using certain scales that imply a certain emotion. That's true-ish. That's true-ish. Since when did Fijian have a sharp 4? I don't know. I think we're just getting it wrong. What is that chart? This is the chords chart. If you play like an Ionian scale, for example, and you just build chords off of that. What's this? E major. That's a piccolo. If you build chords off of the Ionian scale, the major scale, then you will get these chords. Major 1, minor 2, minor 3, major 4, major 5. Whoopsies. Major, minor, minor, major, major. Similarly, if you put them in Dorian mode, then you will get a minor chord, followed by a minor chord, a major chord, a major chord, and a minor chord. Minor, minor, major. There you go. And if we do that again, then we'll get minor, major, major, minor, diminished. And what this chart does is it just puts those all into one convenient place for you to look at. Very, very helpful. What purpose do these scales serve for music? That's a very kind of nuanced topic. If I had to give the extremely short version, I'm just going to assume you kind of already know what a major and a minor scale is. These other scales, the purpose of this chart expressly, at least in my composing journey, is used to use a technique called borrowed chords, in which if you're writing, you know, your chords down 1, 4, 5, 1, maybe even 6 if you're feeling spicy, and 2 if you're insane. The idea is you can swap out those chords for chords from another scale and change that, and change the chord progression's flavor. And I think it's a very, very handy technique for making more interesting harmony with as little effort as possible, which is really what we're all going for. So. Right, what was I doing? Right, critiquing my own orchestration. Where was I? I was over here. Bang, go! Okay, once again, I dislike the, I mean, I like the snare drum, but I don't want it to be that loud just yet. Do a crescendo, go. Good. Something here feels a bit too... it has too many harmonics. It's the piano. Can you play slightly lower? Actually, I think you're gonna start overlapping. Just do this. That's a bit better, I think. Maybe just do like slightly less notes. Get out of here, E1. Better. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit less bright now that I moved it down slightly. Good. Oh, there's your sharp 4 diminished chord. Instead of trading oboe and clarinet, can you trade oboe and English horn? Which one of you is playing the English horn? Is it second or third oboe? I can't remember. In fact, I don't... Did I even use the English horn here? 2 bass clarinet. Oboe 1, 2, 3. I guess none of you have played English horn yet. Oh, well, it's time to change that. You are both oboes. Oboe... And you guys are playing 4 parts. Maybe try this. Just kind of shifting you all around. Just be on the second oboe for a second. What's this? Oboe, clarinet, clarinet. I guess it could be 4 clarinets. Seems a little much, but let's give it a shot. Why not? So I should probably change your ordering to be a bit more idiomatic. Try again. There's a piano jump scare. You, English horn, pretty please. There you go. Okay. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. And I still want that oboe sound, so I'll put you in first oboe and you in third oboe. Delete that. Go. Try. Just move you to first and second clarinet instead of first and third. That's a little weird. Okay. When people use different modes of scales, what do you mean by that? Like, why people use it? Because it gives the music a different feel. It's hard for me to do that without giving like a ton of examples, but borrowing chords gives music just a different feel, especially if for like one specific moment where you need like a different kind of flavor. Borrowing a chord from a different mode can change that, or if you just want to use a different scale entirely, it gives a different kind of feel to the music. It kind of depends based on the music what that feel is, but you know, doing some experimenting can yield some interesting results. Okay. Less power chord, please. Maybe more power chord, less octave. I think this part's okay. I think you ought to be slightly louder though. better. I can hear that glockenspiel a bit more. Look at my notes there. Okay. I think there needs to be slightly more high-end. Can you all be fortissimo, pretty please, my dears? And in fact, I want all of you to be marcato. Thank you. Okay, I like that a bit more. I also really like that snare drum that I had there, but I think the tam-tam and bass drum timing could be a bit better. Right now they're just kind of doing their little swells per measure, but I don't think that's exactly what I want. I think I want something a bit different. Like the beat on which is falling feels a bit off. So let me try rewriting this. So let's write the tam-tam because the tam-tam's a louder one. It needs to fall on the second beat, I think. Like this. Nice and mezzo forte for a sec. Piano to mezzo forte. There you go. Maybe tenuto staccato. And this is tricky for me to get correct. Let me turn on the metronome. Hold on. Again, this is going to be difficult for me to explain exactly what I'm thinking, but I'm just going to write it out and see what it sounds like, and then we'll hear. In fact, maybe... no, keep that as quarter notes. Try forte instead of mezzo forte. This might be a bit too dramatic, I think. I think falling on the down, or not the downbeat, it's not a downbeat. Just falling on the beat isn't exactly what I want. One, two, three, one, two, three, one, two, three, one. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Make you like this for consistency. And I do think forte is a bit too loud. So back to mezzo forte you go. That's not what I wanted. I clearly wanted to select these two notes, like the whole darn thing. 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4. Okay, yeah. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3. I want 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2. Okay, this might be a bit strange, but let me at least see this together. I think this might be a bit too. I don't think that'll be very good. Just go back to doing this, please. And just so I can hear better what's going on in the moment, I'll turn you a forte. Or maybe forte is just better. Again. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. I want. Don't fall again on the downbeat. Can you please, pretty please? Oh my gosh, don't do that. Do the opposite of what I was doing there. Okay. 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2. You do this again. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3. Yeah, okay, more like this. Add an F. Add a P. Not that P. This P. Wrong piano. That piano. Okay. Okay. Now I guess I just repeat this pattern. See, that's just a bit too loud when it rings out for so long. Yes, and then do a crescendo here. Forte, or mezzo forte. Okay, correct. I'm also skeptical about the English horn playing this, but oh well. Okay, I feel like my save file is getting more difficult for my computer to handle because I'm noticing that it's taking longer and longer to save the more I write into it. That's okay. That's what it is. I think this is gonna have to start, now that the trombones are introduced, you guys are gonna have to start getting louder. Only start here. I'm getting super duper loud. I want this. Go up to Fortissimo, you earned it. Okay, much ado about nothing later. Time to listen to this with my new Tim Tam part. Or actually, bass drum. I forgot about you, Bassy. Don't worry, I'll write something for you. I don't want it to be like the same as the Tam Tam, but I want it to follow the Tam Tam. How about where the Tam Tam did its stuff, you just do some fun rolls. Do a barrel roll. But like quieter because you're a bass drum. Maybe like this. Or maybe no rolls. I think the Tam Tam sounds like a roll enough on its own. And you be kind of mezzo piano. You know what? Let's just listen to what it sounds like on its own first. think the timpani needs a bit more. It needs to be louder. I just can't hear it very well here. Like it goes up to fortissimo, but it's like not enough. Louder. I think the accent might be a bit much. Good. And I think fortissimo is much loud enough. Good. And I think these hard mallets are not the way to go. I would prefer like softer ones maybe. Let's see what it sounds like with these normal mallets. I prefer that. I don't like the hard mallets very much. Okay, that's better. Now back to this. Do I want to keep it on the vibraphone? I like how, like, playful yet mysterious it sounds. I'm just not sure if it's... Maybe bassoon at the same time. I think my bassoons are kind of busy right now, though. Yeah, they're busy. They're busy doing that. I love that sound. I'm not gonna lie. This sound... That's music to my ears. Like, it hurts, but it hurts in just the right way. And I think I'm gonna boost you to... fortissimo. Because you're woodwinds and I can't hear you. Why can't it? What? You're literally fortissimo. Thank you. Okay. I'm starting to not like the tam-tam on this last note here, so I'm gonna get rid of it. It needs something very, very hard-hitting though, so I think bass drum here is warranted, as well as accent instead of tenuto, and fortissimo accent on you. Go. Boom. Maybe even bass trombone help out here. I guess technically it's E flat. I just have the tuba playing E for some reason. Oh, everyone's playing E, but the timpani plays E flat. Because I'm very creative. You play E flat. I know D sharp is the same thing, but just play E flat. Both of you accent. Horns accent. What are the horns playing? A, E, D sharp. Again, make you E flat just for consistency. Okay, good. Okay. Good enough, I guess. Hold on, there's something in my eye. My big anime eyes. I cannot take the absolute onslaught of music that I'm writing. Just a terrible amount. Okay. Where is the piano? You guys recognize this this chord pattern? It's very famous. I just stole it because I'm very creative. You'll never guess it. Never ever. It's not like it's everywhere. Go. I think it feels like something's missing here. I can't really put my finger on it though. Can you be staccato instead of legato? I think it's kind of bothering me. And can you be in flute instead of horn? English horn. It's not really a horn, but... Don't even do the legato staccato thing. Legato staccato. Lega staccato. None of that. I just want good old staccato here. That's better. I don't think I even want it to be any higher. I think that's okay. Okay, start back here. And maybe for you guys, I would like the xylophone to kind of help punctuate what you're playing, but just not that loud because you're a xylophone, and also not staccato because, boy howdy, the xylophone is already staccato, and don't you know it? Why? There you go. You are the xylophone. Go. Can you play some tremolo on these last notes, pretty please? My dears, there you go. Again? These trombones, while nice, are not quite loud enough. Because I realize that I have a lot of other stuff happening and I think it's quite important, but I need something to compensate for it. Maybe some oboes would be good here then, or something like, or clarinets. This melody here, I'm kind of particular about this. Can you please, pretty please, play here? No, this is impossible. I know that I know MuseScore is playing it back, but that's just because of how the software works. This note is not possible on an oboe. At least, as far as I know. It's possible on an English horn, which is an alto oboe, but it's not possible on the normal soprano oboe. Maybe clarinet would be better. Let's try clarinet here. Go, my friend, go. No, not quite. Try, the horns are already doing stuff. I just try it in my trumpets. Go. I feel like that's like too loud though. I don't want it to be, I don't want it to overpower the trombones. I just want to complement them. Maybe then trumpet isn't exactly the right call. This chord here. I'm very fond of it, but I think I would need to sacrifice some of these guys so that the horns can help out the trombones here. Okay. I need to get some bone. Okay. Trombone part going horn part. As we all know, hornin and bonin go together. So we have horn and we have bone. Let's try this now. Octaves for funsies. Again, octaves create loudness. I mean, they do, but I don't like it an octave higher. I prefer it down here. And the horn can't go any lower because, well, it can, but I think it's the horn has an extremely large range, but that doesn't mean it sounds very good in that range. Like, fortissimo all the way down here, I think I'm going to get some dirty looks for that. So instead, we're just going to do like this. And I guess it can work here a lot too. There we go, just to show that it's for two instruments. Or I can copy this other part, because these guys are in harmony. There we go, they're in harmony. Much like yin and yang, except not at all actually. Let me put those guys together and try that in this here. Doink. That's helped a little bit. Wow. Can you do, instead of A and E, can you guys do go into bed now? Alright, see you later. You better practice your skills while you're sleeping. Let's select some, select the same pitch. I would like you to be octaves. Much like these here. I guess I can just force them to be louder. like this. That is something that is within my control. I remembered that I am the composer and therefore I can write whatever I want. So there you go. How about that? And then just go back down. Just go back down. Two double F, given two Fs. I need you guys to be... maybe some piccolo parts. I'm thinking perhaps flutes. I know this is one flute, but whatever. Try maybe piccolos. What are my notes here? I have high A and E. If I have here. No, I thought about it, but I'm getting rid of that. Okay. Where's the snare? Boink. I would also like a little bit of a snare hit here, and that should help a tiny bit. I also want the triangle. Where are you? But like a really loud triangle, like super loud, like break that thing in half. Maybe not. I regret that decision. Maybe simple would be interesting. Nice and loud. Forte is loud enough. Fortissimo is a bit much. Just a tiny hit. Good. You guys know a tremolo here. Violas only. And I would also like just a very subtle, I think oboe here would be good. Let me just put you here for a sec while I rearrange some stuff. You go here. You go here. No, that's English horn. Go here into first oboe, my friend. And like this. And I think these articulations have to change. No, oboe wasn't the right way to go. Let's try our E flat clarinets. Try this. Okay, that clarinet really just takes over everything, which is good sometimes and not what I want this time. Try a lower clarinet. I don't like that either. Okay, then I guess we're just getting rid of that. Unless the piccolo can convince me. Go, piccolo. A bit higher, please. I like that a lot, actually. It's a bit spookier with the piccolo. Maybe even percussion, like a nah. I'm feeling Celesta helping out the. Oopsies, I forgot you're an octave higher, so you ought to be on you. That sounded much cooler in my head than I thought it would. Program you're using uses MuseScore 4, MUSCSCORE, number 4. It's free to download. You can use it if you want. Okay. Maybe octave higher on the viola. Okay. Try again here. No, percussion wouldn't work here, melodic percussion. Louder viola part, because you're playing in a kind of a strained range. E-flat clarinet and piccolo, maybe? I really like that effect. It's very disconcerting, but the piccolo needs to shut up. A slapstick, but just for that one note. Do you mean this guy? He's already in here. He's playing a few things, but not during this part. It's a little too serious for that. He's playing over here. Unless he means something else. Okay. Start again from here. Yeah, that's what I want. I had to think about that for a sec. Also, how about less? There you go. Also, I just noticed that the alto flute is playing in the wrong clef. It's currently playing in the piccolo clef. I'm like, why is it... You're in the wrong darn clef. There you go. Goodness gravy. Can you be in the first flute instead of second and first flute? I guess you can be in multiple flutes since you're going to be so quiet in comparison. 2 flutes, go. Good. I think you can be a little quieter. Because you're a piccolo, so you are going to cut through everyone. Just a tiny bit quieter. You're supposed to just add that little sparkle on top, not necessarily to overpower everyone. I will get rid of these tenutos. They're really for the strings. That's better. Try English horn here instead of oboe. That's not a that's not an English horn. You. A little louder because you're an English horn. Go. Better. I like that more, at least right now. Let's have a slur here, just so you can connect better. I don't know if that's what a slur does. Congratulations. Go down to triple P, please. Same with you guys. I don't think these brasses can go down to triple P. But oh well. Yoink. Let's go back down to double P. I think the strings can go down that low. I don't think the brass can. So I'll just, for consistency, you guys will be like that. Okay. Start again from over here. Bang. Double pianissimo. You are you're the tam-tam. You're the bass drum, you're the timpani. All of you guys, just a tiny bit quieter, please. Go. Better. Okay. Oh, I can't hear you, Celesta. Go. Better. Okay. Decrescendo, my friend. Nice. You can go mezzo. Okay. This mezzo to mezzo thing, it's not frowned upon, but I discourage you from doing this. Do as I say, not as I do. Moving from mezzo to mezzo is just kind of moving from lukewarm to lukewarm. In this case, it's not really necessary I put that there. I just kind of put that there for consistency, but whatever, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I don't. Fiber slops go. You're so right. Beautiful. What a beautiful instrument. Okay, try again. Start from here. Boom! Nice grave part. Oh, something felt a bit off there. It's you, bassoons. You feel off. No. There was something else. I think that was part of it, but something else. It sounded like a brass instrument. You tuba, you. Lower. thought something sounded a bit off. I think I want a vibraphone hit here, actually. Just a nice, whatchamacallit, B flat. No, that's a B natural. Okay, I can't read my own music. Bong. How low can the vibraphone go? Not low enough. Maybe the celesta will be better then. Because the celesta has a surprising amount of range. I mean, alright. Listen, the celesta is a wonderful, great instrument, and I wish I had 10,000 of them, but these notes... No, I don't know. They're not... they're not very resonant notes, you know? Maybe like this. Have a... like this. Slightly loud, like a... It feels weird putting accented piano, but I hope they know what I mean when I say this. It's like not low enough though. I need like a marimba to really get my point across, but then that's so much percussion, and I'm not really going to use a marimba that much, I don't think. So it'd be useless. I'd have one marimba and to play one notes. So unless I can think of another marimba part, I don't think I'm going to add one. I mean, the percussion section is larger than it needs to be, and by that I mean like the score. I definitely could have condensed this into a few percussion lines, but I chose to spread it all out just for my own convenience. But like, I realize now that maybe it would have been better to just put them all into one percussion line. Or not one, but like, you know, like 7 or 8 percussion lines. All compressing these instruments down so they're not all spread out like this. But this is just easier for me to look at right now. But maybe some other time I can compress them down. Be easier to look at. I feel like I'm not hearing this tam hard enough. Both of you mezzo piano, go. Don't do the suspended cymbal here. Maybe Piatti would be better. The suspended cymbal. Just a nice mezzo piano one. I want almost like a mellotron kind of sound here, I think. Which is just a bunch of flutes. Since that's what a mellotron is, it's a bunch of flutes, but it's like a sampled flute, you know? It's like slightly different. That mellotron sound is a bit darker. So I guess it's low flute that I'm looking for. Let's see. Where's my low flute gang? We have bass flute, alto flute, and C flute here, so why don't we give those a whirl? I think the lowest flute on this bass flute is this C3 note and doesn't go lower. So I'll put B3 here. I'll put F sharp here. Or maybe you B here. Or maybe what notes are you playing? Yeah, you're B and D, and then you move down like 1/2 step. So let's try this. This might be a little strange, but a tuned instrument, play the fundamental on vibraphone and top 2 acoustically check the lower notes. I see. Top 10 instrument hacks that they don't want you to figure out. You have been blessed by the dog, Snoop. Wow, I can't believe I've been blessed by him. Yoink, doink. There you go. Oh, and natural. There you go. try again with the flutes. I don't like this. I think I want B here. No, 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 no. B, not A. There you go. Okay. Yes, I like that. It feels a little empty in the middle, I guess, but... I only have 3 flutes, though. I guess I have 4, technically, because of you. I don't even know if the piccolo can play these notes. No, I didn't think so. That's too low for the piccolo, even though it's the piccolo and not the picco high. I think I need that F sharp there. I don't really want to sacrifice this wonderful low B of the bass flute, though. Like, I think that sounds wonderful. I guess I can do a little fakery and just have a... Here, we'll have a clarinet play the 5th. Here's a little lesson in trickery. There we go. Because right now I have the flutes playing the octave and the 3rd. So I think if I have the clarinet playing the 5th, which is kind of weaker, and by comparison it should like feel like another flute. I don't know. There you go. Perfect. You know what? Just for funsies, I'm also gonna have the clarinet play. Okay, so they're playing parallel 5ths now. You can eat my eggs if you don't like it. Okay, I actually don't like the clarinet playing that B. Something tells me that I want, probably, instead of like a long held tied note here, I want like some like repeated being like blocked chords. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4. So instead I could have like... Tunuto for all of you. Okay, I think forte is a little too loud here in the beginning. Can I try this? Can you guys throw it up just a tiny bit quieter at forte instead of double forte? Fortissimo for everyone else. And you know what? Don't decrescendo, because everyone's getting louder, so it'll feel like you're decrescendo anyway. Okay. Good. Try again. Let me hear that timpani. These G's, I think, need to be a bit more enunciated, so let me select all of the G's and make them accented. I think the inclusion of the bass drum is important, so I shall add... I don't think it needs to be as rhythmically complex as the timpani or the tam-tam. It just needs to be present, I think. Yeah, something like this. Just very steady. Nothing too fancy. Just a very steady trail of eighth notes. And then like just, you know, moving up to a wonderful fortissimo. So let's try that. And maybe some accents here and there, we'll see. Let me hear that all together with all the percussion only. Can you, especially in these last two bars, can you be a bit louder? Just like really hammer those things. Destroy that gran casa. Good, beautiful, I love it. Okay, try again with everyone. Duty. And I think here there needs to be more, something else punctuating that, like a trumpet. Let's see if I have you. Something punctuating both these hits, and also I think maybe every time the timpani also plays an accent, the bass drum should also help out its cousin here. I think that would be very interesting. So Shirgi here as well, and you too, and I guess over here as well. Nothing too fancy though. Where's you and you? I know it's kind of soft here, but that's okay. I want that fermata to be just a tiny bit longer now that I have more stuff playing. Let me just do a scroll, 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 scroll. Good. Good. I like it. I think I'm okay with this on piano. Maybe even louder, please, my friend. Let's... let's try and do something else about this celesta part. So... just be louder so I can tell what you're doing right now. Wrong one. Or actually, no, that was the right one. Good. That's too fast. Just do a normal like this. Or not like that. You. That's too slow. Try this now, from the beginning. Okay. Again with the music. This is not the actual volume it's gonna play at, just so I can hear the celesta more clearly. This part feels a little too messy. Needs more open intervals. Closer, that's much closer to what I want. Hold on. I know I'm not saying much, I'm just trying to figure out what I want here. It's a little hard for me to describe. I'd like you to do this again, but whoopsies. What happened to all the dynamics? No, or accidentals. One step up. There you go. C sharp, F, F, A. Make that augmented. That's the wrong one. I was wondering why that didn't look quite right. D sharp here maybe. D natural. That's better. And then can you do something similar to what's happening over here? Maybe just so our Celeste player doesn't have to memorize too much stuff, we can just kind of repeat what's happening here. I feel like it needs to be an octave higher just so we can hear what's happening, right? So I like this. And then something similar to what in the world was happening over here. And then like with a C sharp perhaps, C sharp, C sharp, thank you. I don't really like that pattern. One, two, three. No, 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 no. I think here are random symbols. The symbols have meaning. That's from Planet of the Apes. D sharp. And then start on E. And then end on E. There you go. Try this. Hey, listen. Good. I think I will put an ottava here just for the convenience of the player. Don't really need it for that last note there. Where are you, ottava? Here. Boink. So the cellist has a double ottava going on. We have the 8/8. What's thy top 5 artists? Like, of music? I said this earlier, but my favorite band is Kaleidoscope from the UK. After that, I don't know, who do I like next? I haven't really given this much thought. Who do I listen to? Joan Baez, I'd put her up there. Struggling to think of this. Myself, I think I belong on number 3 on that list. After that, Skrillex. And after that, Igor Stravinsky. My very quickly made top 5. Okay. Try again now? Or no, start here at the cacophony. I just wanna, oh wait, yeah, and also you have to do a crescendo. So do a crescendo, welwendo, cresk. Where's the cresk? There's the cresk. Okay, I was focusing so much on the cello that I'm not sure you can even hear the darn brass no more. You guys, I know I put you at forte before, but I'm bringing you back up because the cello is so loud. Try raising down an octave. Or actually, horns play down, trombones play up. I say trombones play up. Try one trombone play up first. No, I like that less than I thought I would. Better, I like that. How hard is it to learn to read sheet music? It's kind of a difficult question for me to answer because I learned sheet music from a young age, so it's difficult for me to gauge how difficult it is to actually read it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask an actual teacher on that because I don't know how hard it is to read sheet music if you're like, or how hard it is to learn to read sheet music. Like in my head, I think like it's simple because you just have to memorize like where a certain note is. Like here you can see that this squiggle thing here, it's surrounding this line here, which means that this note is always G. And you can just count from there. And eventually you just get used to where the notes are, but like that's just like in theory, right? But in practice it's a little different than that, so I don't know. Okay, I start again from here. Gotta compare volumes to the stuff that comes before, right? Bass trombone solo, good. Keep that mezzo forte there for the piatti. A little bit louder, please. And I would like the vibraphone to be maybe a tiny bit louder. Because you are a vibraphone, so I really trust you to be super loud. Where's my vibraphone friend? There you are, my friend. Go back here. Don't need all those. Don't need all this. Oh, I said you don't need all this. Once again, I... make the timpani and the bass drum quieter. I think that's really hindering my ability to hear the melody. Yeah. Let's lower your volume as well, flutes. The tam-tam is also getting in the way. So like this. Okay. And I need you to do a crescendo for a tiny bit longer. Just a teeny bit. Do some long crests, if you will. Okay, so this is something that I'm kind of grappling with right now. Now that I have all the instruments playing the notes I want, it's hearing the melody, and this is something that I kind of talk about. I've been thinking about making a video about, but I don't really know what the video would consist of. But I'll just say it now that no matter what kind of music you're writing, no matter what genre you care to write, whether you're using a strict counterpoint or you're using the 12-tone technique, I think there's one thing that supersedes, one technique and one principle that supersedes all of that. It's making sure that you can hear your damn melody, okay? I think that's the most important part. You don't want your melody to be buried underneath everything. You don't want to make your audience try and listen out for it. You got to make it nice and clear. Your music is so much more memorable and so much more nice when you can hear the melody, I think, no matter what genre you're writing in. And that's something I'm struggling with right now, because I really want the melody to be in this nice low brass, but because there's a lot of other stuff playing, it kind of obscures that low brass a lot. So I'm trying to quiet down the other instruments so hopefully I can hear the low brass a bit better. And I'm thinking I probably should make you in a different instrument. Not in a different instrument, in another instrument. Maybe a tuba would be helpful here in helping to bring it out. No, I don't really like that. I love burying and fragmenting and variationing my melody so it's all sounding like soup. I see. Why are you buying horns at the soup store? When in doubt, more horn. I just really need that big cacophonous sound, you know, but I also need to hear this. I'm not sure how I feel about each of these falling on the downbeats. 3, 4, 1, 2, you know, like here is a bit more obscured, kind of on purpose, right? Like if I turn on the metronome here. Like that doesn't really follow, right? But like here it very clearly follows. See, it's so much more obvious that it falls on the downbeats. So I think maybe I don't know if I like that actually. Actually, I think it's okay. Okay. I think I've kind of solved the loudness problem with making it louder. I don't really know how I feel about triple forte. That feels a little bit excessive to me, but everyone else is just going to a relatively normal forte, and the strings are going to fortissimo. That's fine. So I think it's mostly a timpani actually. I'll relegate you to soft mallets. I think that might be a bit better, so it's a tiny bit quieter. Like I still want it to be forte, but like not super duper forte. I'll try this now. No, I preferred it on normal mallet instead of soft mallet. Good. Good. I'm tempted to put these guys a little bit louder so that they can be heard over the brass. That might be a bit excessive though. That's loud enough probably. I'm going to replace you guys in favor of the hairpins. Hairpins there. Oh, beautiful. Okay, nice and loud. I'm thinking with this, I'm thinking maybe this harmony can be replaced with a string quartet. You guys are already kind of busy. Just as an experiment, you and violins, I know it's gonna sound kind of awkward, but that's fine. This is an experiment. You go right here. You guys go here. It feels like it belongs on like single solo instruments, not groups. Like I'm kind of liking it, but I feel like it's got to be on single instruments and not group instruments, right? So, why are there two? Get out of here. Okay, well I already have a viola, so I might as well add the other guys in. Where are you? And violin. You know, let's add a cello soloist too. Why not? Just add all the guys. This is awful. This orchestra is too big. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe it. Of course I'm the one that's doing this. But oh, you're currently pizzicato, are you? Boss theme in an abandoned church. That's one way of putting it. Not exactly what I had in mind, though. Where's the... I need a second violin for it to be a quartet, don't I? This is just... Oh my gosh, I feel so bad about this. It's fine. I'll live with the pain. So effectively what I've done is that I've introduced an entire darn string quartet here, which is just... This score is getting so large. I'm feeling a little bad now, but it's okay. See, I always tout around that you shouldn't use more instruments than you truly need. I'm feeling the necessity of a string quartet here, but if it doesn't work out, then I shall get rid of it instantly. Because this is so many instruments. Okay, if it would play, that would be very appreciated. It would be better if I could hear them. Maybe I've assigned them to too quiet a volume. Go, mezzo piano. Good. Why is the first violin so darn quiet? You're the first violin, bro. Act like it, Dumbo. Hold on, go back here. I think a triangle is in order here. Something just like what the suspicious symbol is playing over here. But just for triangle instead. Where's my tremolo? Dynamics. Nope. Wrong piano. This kind of piano. There you go. Oh, and also... There you go. Please? Thank you. I think I preferred you on viola anyway. You had a little bit of a darker sound, which I liked. Violin 1. Because to split the seats to get a quartet, and fun would really play this since you already have the violins. I imagine it'd be like that, just for like notation wise though. I'd probably need to have a separate like page for them, but yeah. I think this is as good as it's gonna get for this. I guess I could add another bracket here. Brackets. 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 There you go. So we have like the big strings, we have the little strings, we have the pinot, the cal, all these guys, brasses and such. Okay, I think it's fine. I think we're going to be okay. Even though it's wastefully large, I think we'll be okay. I have ideas of where the string quartet, where the string coquette can go later. The string cricket. Especially in this next part that I want to add. I think we can add it there. I've been live for how long? 3 hours. Okay, good. Thanks, OBS. How many measures is this? Is measure 41, is measure 56, 55. Okay. And then this next part, which is the next part. Where's my bar lines here? I need something a bit spooky here. I want something nice and adagio. Again, is me fixing up one of the pieces from a long time ago, and by which I mean, why did I say that? That's just incorrect. I meant to say one of my pieces that I didn't like, so I'm redoing it. Let's have, what are you currently at technically? It is at Adagio. So I want you to be at just Adagio. Adagio. There you go. I want 3 sharps here. And I want 7-4. Where are you, 7-4? Doink. Don't worry about the 7-4. I think it's probably fine. Okay. Oh wait, I want maybe not adagio. I want like even slower than that. It used to be straight up lento. Be it like that BPM. I have to scroll so far. I want here pizzicato. Where are you, Pits? No, Pits. Pits. Piz. Piz. I'm trying to hit the piz. Thank you. Same here. And I need all of you to hit the piz. Not you. That's really quiet, but whatever. I'll deal with it. Where are you? Piano? Celesta? Hold this note, my friend. Just hold it. I want a line here. A pedal line. That one. Thank you. Try. I guess. Try that. There you go. E here perhaps, just to complete the chord. Yeah, okay. And okay, this is gonna be kind of strange, but let's do, it's gonna be like, the way this rhythm works is like it's like 3 plus, or it's 4 plus 3, then 3 plus 4, then 4 plus 3, then 3 plus 4, so it's just 7/4. But like the way it's split changes. I think it's just more convenient to write it as 7/4 though, which is why I have it like this. But where's that viola? You double dot that. I've been using the double dot more and more, which is a little concerning for me, but whatever. want the violin specifically to do a trill. Where's the trill? And ornaments. There's ornaments here. But like quietly. Shut up. For 4 beats. You also 4 beats. I guess I can do this. Just have you play like a double stop here. That's probably not terribly difficult. Or not even double stop. Just do like a... like this. That's... oh, hold on. You also like this. You like this. All of you the same combined. There you go. 1 note. I feel like I need to add in that bass note of A though. Try this. Both of you do the trilly trill, please. Maybe... no, wait. Okay, this is like a puzzle. Hold on. You guys have to be quieter though. Not piano. Oh my gosh, what intonation is that? Pianissimo. Except this guy, because you're doing a trilly. Okay. 7/4 instead of 7/8. Usually see 7/8 since more common action cue thing. I just think because it looks nicer. It's not like when I see quarter notes, I feel like it's a little slower than 8th notes. It's not really like a huge difference. It's really just in the way it's notated. I mean, you could argue that like there's a technically a difference between 4/4 and 2/2, which you might see, but like I don't know, like people will tell you there's a like a meaning behind it, and there is, but it's probably not something you need to worry about that much. As long as the musicians know what you mean, that's what matters. Looking at my old project here. Which is... and then I have this wonderful bass clarinet melody here. I say praising myself. Where the heck is the bass clarinet? It's you. Forte. Oh my gosh, where is the cello? Bro, where are you? You know what? I am boosting your volumes because I can't hear y'all at all. And in fact, I think you need another measure after you. You're not long enough. I guess I could put a fermata, but I'll just add another measure. Why not? Tie. Crescendo. Piano. No, wrong piano. This piano. Wrong. Oh my gosh. What in tarnation? Get rid of these stupid panels. Okay. Try now. Oh wait, I also want, that's right, I want some pizzicato here. All you guys just play D and move back to A. And then back to D. So nothing fancy, literally just a very easy hypnotic pattern. I also prefer quarter than half rather than half than quarter. I think it's just easier to look at and easier to follow, because you can imagine the half being split up. And this is just the same chord progression looping, which was kind of on purpose. I might change it to be a bit more interesting. I did have it compound with the woodwinds to make it more interesting, but I think maybe keeping it simple in the strings might be the way to go. Especially after the cacophony that just happened. It might be better to keep it simple here as a nice contrast. I do want to include the timpani though. I think that was very integral to the sound last time. Bum. Maybe not like that though. What a beautiful sound. No, shut up. Nice and quiet. Bum. Maybe I need like a tuba helping out here, or maybe the contrabassoon or something. Contrabassoon might be the way to go. That's a tuba. Contra bassoon's a little bit too low here. I guess normal bassoon might be a better choice. Actually, well, no, I'll try normal bassoon first. Forced. Try it forced. I was thinking here we might even try some beautiful low horn part with this low D. You gotta get low for that D on my horn. Right? Okay. Okay. Flipping voices and messing with what section plays what note of the chord when the progression gets repetitive. Oh, you know who's really good at doing that is, what's his name? Copland? Hold on, I have a score of his. Images, music, documents. Coplet, that's his name. I think his name was Andre Coplet or something. There it is. This dude. He's really good at that, like, how do I describe it? Like, fading in and out of instrument groups seamlessly to create a very, like, a very magical texture is the best way I can describe it. He's very good at that. Okay. I guess tuba would be best for this because of how tubas work. But like an octave lower. Nice and quiet. No, that sounds stupid. Get out of here. Something about that I don't quite like. Maybe... Maybe I need a contrabass here. I like one contrabass, which is now I've really done it, haven't I? I've added an entire contrabass. I don't know why it split it all up, but why did you do that? Doesn't mean you have to redo this every time. Brackets. I know the contrabass can play the slow D, but I'll just play the high D. I think this would be better if you guys played like multiple notes. So you play like an octave, and you play like an octave, and you play an octave, and you guys play an octave, but like this. Same for this. Hopefully that makes you feel a little louder. Maybe a little louder, please. Okay, and in the original I had some fun notes happening. What is that? E, C, E, oh no, that's just the... And then, okay. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with when the clarinet plays, I want there to be like a small like backing choir of flutes, and then I want it to move to like a backing choir of bassoon. And I only have 2 bassoons, so I think I'm gonna have to get some clarinets to stand in for bassoons. I guess I have oboes, but they might stand out a bit too much. So let's try, oh my gosh. Or is it even a DAW? I wouldn't consider it one, because it's missing like thousands of features that a generic DAW, even the simplest one, would have. But it is a way to write music. It's the way that I write music. Boom. Okay. Flute, that's right. A major. Yoink. There we go. A. I'll have the strings play the majority of the fun stuff. Or no, you play. I take that back. I think this is almost the lowest note of the flute, is C sharp. I think C is the lowest note. I think some flutes can play this B, but usually it should be the C. That's the lowest, but here I'll have the C sharp. Yoink. P. Can I even... I wonder if you can even hear those. I'll keep her... I want bassoon here now. That's contrabassoon. That's probably fine. I will just convert you back to normal bassoon. There you go. Perfect. I want you to play A. How about 2 A's here? I will have the clarinets punctuate in A. That's not good. You play E, you play C sharp. That's clarinet 1. That's correct. Okay. Because you're clarinet 3 doubling on bass clarinet, so that means you are playing... I need it to be a bit more chordal sounding, so I think I'm gonna have some notes change here. If I have D, hold on. Why can't I hear you? Bro, where is the contrabass? How are you even playing, bro? It says you are. I can't hear you though. Can you move from A to G? G to C. A, D, where's G again? Try this. Ah, that doesn't sound quite right. It needs that C sharp so it gets that tonic feel. Let's see, C, try instead of G, try F. D, A, try D, A, then E, after E, try A again. Or maybe B, try B. And you know what, let's have even more trills here. I mean, don't trill the whole time. I'm getting a little tired of that. I mean, I like them, but not too much. A decrescendo back down to piano after this. Okay, again, I want that string quartet to be like the main focus of the harmony, and then I'll have some other instruments kind of back them up. I was just kind of getting lost in the sauce there writing for that. But now I shall go back to writing for these woodwinds. If only I selected all of them. I should probably change my selection color. That would probably make it easier to see sometimes, because right from like a distance I can't tell that I've selected that note. Up close I can though. In fact, maybe I can change that right now. Appearance. Canvas. Advance, oh here. Note input preview color. Maybe it's the voice color that I want. Can you become like bright pink? Oh, there you go. Now I can see. Wow. I can really see that. Oh my gosh. Maybe I'll have to spend some time editing my colors, but at least now I can see that bubblegum from miles away. Right, D. I forgot immediately somehow. I don't think you can play D. Never mind, you can. Is that the lowest note on the clarinet? No, the C sharp is. The D is the lowest. Despite being a clarinet in B flat. Oh well. D, F, you, my friend, play A. I don't like you playing the third. You play the third. Okay, another thing here. And I think maybe here the brass should take over. Your trumpet, your trombone, okay, last four trombones and tuba. We're falling back on what, 3 beats of like this. Some nice close harmony and the brass. Let's at least hear what this sounds like now. Okay. Turn up that volume. That something needs to happen here. It's kind of bothering me that nothing happens. I did have a counter melody happening in the original, so I shall add that. It was happening in the flutes. That's the piccolo. I guess clarinet and E flat would work here. It just needs to be quiet enough. And I want you, my other counter melody friend that I wrote a long time ago, to be in the tuba maybe? That's quite high, but it's also the wrong clef. Okay, try again from the beginning. I don't like that. That's a bit better. Can you be like slur these together. The strings definitely have to have some kind of movement in between them. Not necessarily a counter melody, I don't think, but just something. Or at least I think so. Unless you can probably go somewhere, like here, if I have that happen. You'll have to be slightly louder so you can be heard. Wonderful. Viola. We love the viola. What instrument packs do you use, and would you recommend using the new strings back for beginners? I think the new sounds are fine on their own. They get the job done. They're built for orchestra, though. I will say that. For other ensembles like string quartet, they're a little iffy. They're mainly built for orchestra, like symphony orchestra. On a symphony orchestra, they sound great. Other cases, your mileage may vary. I personally use the Berlin orchestra sounds. I just find them to be most suited to my style of music. So, pick your poison. There are some videos online that you can listen to compare, although there are not as many as I would hope there would be. So, read the comments of those too. I see that viola is just so beautiful. Also, can you be forte? I really feel like that would be best on a euphonium. I'm not going to lie, but I don't have a euphonium. I do have a tuba. I could force the tuba to play this high G. Where's my beautiful instrument range chart? There it is. That's the contrabass tuba. Oh yeah, the tuba doesn't usually go super high. But I really want that wonderful euphonium-esque sound up here. Maybe I can try a trombone. But horn is really where it's at here. The horn sounds a bit too much like a viola, as strange as it is to say. But that's just how it is. It sounds a bit too much like a viola. instruments do I play? I play the harmonica. That's about it. I don't like that ending. Okay. Do I want to try this really, really high melody on a violin? I'm kind of thinking that, but I'm a little afraid of what will happen. No, that definitely has the timbre for a clarinet and or flute. Stay right there. Good. Big high, there. Nice. This, like, moving up line definitely belongs in the cello. Instead of the violin. Never mind, I changed my mind. It definitely belongs in. Sorry, Viola, for doubting you. I should have never doubted the viola. A little louder, please, my friend. That's too loud. Get over here, brass. P. Beautiful. Okay. I feel like maybe viola isn't the right instrument for this though. Like, I'm thinking either excuse me. I'm thinking like vibraphone would actually sound very lovely with this little figure here. Where's the here? Nice and slow. Vibraphone isn't low enough. And Celesta it is, I guess. No. Piano, maybe? Piano might be it. Piano doesn't rotate slowly. Get out of here. No. Octave lower. That's kind of nice. Nice piano figure. Maybe not mezzo forte, but let's see. I guess something's missing after I completely deleted the viola, though. Try piano and viola together. I want it to sound a little bit too grand. No pun intended with the grand piano. It's just sounding a bit too bright. It needs to stay a bit more in that more personal range. I think adding the piano made it sound a bit too kitsch. Unfortunately, like it sounds nice, but nice isn't exactly always what we want. It sounds too quaint. Quaint is the word I guess I'm looking for. It needs to sound a bit more dreamy and less fancy. And I think the chord actually does change here, as I have written it to a oh yeah, it changes to a 6, not a 4. So that should be F. I don't know why I thought about that for so long. Oh, yeah, I think it's just straight up F, which is kind of the same. Why did you not do both? Where's that A? And then move down to F. Oh, you can't play F, so you're gonna have to get rid of that. Stupid violins. I think that mezzo piano is kind of dumb. Get out of here. And then here I have a wonderful flute line going right here in first flutes. I want here forte, not mezzo forte. Oh, I said forte. Forte! And I want here double with celesta, please. Okay. Celesta a little quieter. Can you maybe also be in... Also D, but like in an F minor chord above it. Or F sharp minor, sorry. It's just hiding. Where's the... Yeah, you. I feel like maybe brass was the wrong call here. Maybe put you in bass clarinet. Okay, try again from the beginning. Good. Nice and low. Not really falling for part harmony rules there, unfortunately. Might have to fix that. Ascending bass, middle voice, I guess. Okay, I feel like there's something missing here. I think we just need more of those vibraphone hits and stuff. I don't like that either. Good. Good. Where's the vibraphone? I got the vibraphone, right? Octave lower. Okay. That should probably do it. Man, writing this, I know, like, this part is supposed to be kind of sleepy sounding, but it's made me really sleepy. So I guess that'll be all. It's been like 4 hours, that's fine. If you were here, thanks for watching. If you were not, that sucks. I'll see y'all later. Make sure to subscribe to my channel and join my Discord server and that, oh, whatever, you know. Get out of here, go practice. Bye bye. I'm gonna go to bed, dumb